Good evening. Where's the Emperor? Wait, why is the continue button grayed out? Okay. My save game is still there, that's good. That's good. Getting worried there for a second. So yeah. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome. Oh, now I can... Okay. Weird. This is still a bit buggy. So welcome to Happy Tuesday, hopefully. It's a happy one. And another round of our second round. Here he goes. Nice to have you here. How are you doing, man? Yeah, our second round of Rogue Trader started on Saturday. Put in a pretty long stream there, longer than I usually do. Might have been one of my longest in total, actually. And today I finally got the time to continue. Because tomorrow I can't, and on Thursday I probably can't, so at least I want to get some progress on tomorrow, instead of waiting for the next weekend. So there we are. So I think I finished the prologue last time. I'm not sure, it doesn't really tell me, like, prologue is done. Get over here, let's finish my Pokeball. I'll bring a tiny lizard. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Did sleep a bit longer than I wanted to tonight. Not tonight, this morning. I normally have the alarm set to 6, but for some reason I woke up like 40 minutes later, which is not a deal breaker, but I'm just surprised that I either didn't hear it or that the alarm didn't go off in the first place. But I'm fine, My ear is getting a lot better, it doesn't hurt anymore at all. I've got only one more meeting to do at the actual office on Thursday, and then, well, I have no vacation this year. I did take the first January week off, but I don't have a vacation in December. So while that's the case, I can just work from home the rest of the year after Thursday, so that's going to be chill. And yeah, I can't complain, I guess. Can't complain. What tiny lizard are you drawing? Look at that. Does it turn back when I... No. Shame. Shame. Okay, where's my... What's my quest journal? Errands. Okay, let's just check from the bottom up. We need a new Navigator, okay. We need a new Enginseer, okay. We need more crew, okay. Again, task the road to talk with her on the ship as soon as the rise. Okay. Chapter 1. Ah, yeah, the prologue has a big green mark. What do you call it? Mark. So I guess that's finished. Yep, I guess we're done. There's a lizard from yesterday was a monitor lizard. I've heard that word before. What's a monitor lizard? Let me Google that. Monitor lizard. Ah. Yeah, in German they're called Varan. Okay, in Latin as well. Monitor lizards are lizards in the genus Varanus. The only extant genus in the family Varanidae. So are you just doing that for yourself, just for fun, or is it like a commission or something? It's the size of a fingernail, and in Dutch. How do you draw a lizard in Dutch? It's an Instagram. Ah, okay. Is it like a challenge? Like one of those, like one picture every day for a month, and it has to be like this and that themed or something like that. Varan is also Dutch. Yeah, makes sense that the two Germanic languages would be quite close to each other. What happened last time? We were a prospective, we were a prospective heir to a Rogue Trader dynasty. Got called to the ship to like determine our usefulness, I guess. And then everything went to hell. There was a mutiny, lots of fighting, betrayal. The other heir, the other candidate was killed. the rogue trader praising us was also killed, and now we're basically the last living member of the line. And by that virtue, we just basically got the entire ship and had our first meeting with the officers last time. And that's when I ended after like 6 hours of streaming, 6.5. So time to get our bearings. There's our like radio woman basically. She's called Box Master, but a box is basically a radio. The thin pale woman stands out amongst the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see a grate of her quietly humming a box where her mouth should be. The woman sees her and bows her head in respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? I don't even remind her who she is. Oh, that's actually fast. Vox Master Octavius Victus Soriota of the Taliman dynasty, the current Vox Master serving aboard your vessel. In accordance with the Seneschal's orders, I assumed this duty immediately upon the demise of the esteemed Vox Master Septicus, who was my grandfather. This is an artist from the US post and streams for drawing, and anybody should drawing along in great practice. But is it like then your own lizard and you're just inspired by her, or do you actually like line by line follow her drawing? You know what I mean? What are the Vox Master's duties? I am the ears and the voice of this voyage. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. Receive, send, encrypt and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels. And we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Vox castings. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns the crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what the leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Okay, I can use her to spy on my own people. Well, okay, I bite. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting, mate? Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Why do you look so strange? I mean, she does look pretty strange. I think by actual in-universe 40k standards, she doesn't look that strange. But, like, for a normal human being of the 21st century, she looks like a bloody abomination. You're free to do whatever you want if you want to copy it exactly. You have to be more free with the original photo. Oh, that's not cool. Sounds cool. Maybe that's something maybe something like that would get me back to drawing myself. I mean, I've told you that I've been like struggling a long time with finding that spark again, finding that inner drive to do it again. Maybe something like this. Like basically using the peer pressure to motivate myself. Maybe that could work. I mean, it worked for reading. I didn't read for a long time. But then I got together with a friend who reads a lot, and then we formed this like 2-man book club. And so I started reading much more because I had to keep pace with him. So maybe that would work for drawing as well. I like realism, but too much of it is extremely stressful and no fun. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. When I can give me my art and stuff. Yeah, sure. Just send me your Discord or something, and I'll check it out later. So why do you look so strange? My appearance comes from my heritage. Generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of the void. I think we're not getting actually with all her implants, but just her being so pale and skinny. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Void. Alright? Take your time. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Because we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity voyages through the warp and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn and my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We are the ship breathe. Know that it is feeling and thinking. We are part of the ship just like it is part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny. Others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large Voidship dynasties that bear responsibility for certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptoleman dynasty has produced the ship's vox masters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. I love that aspect that there's really this whole like generational and clan thing going on with ships. Yeah, I think in real life there's also maybe stuff like, hey, my father also served with that line or on that one boat or something, but not to these extremes as here. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Vox Master, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its mezzanine. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond the windows. I wonder if she still has a mouth, and this is like just on top of it, or if she actually has no mouth left. And with all the cables and stuff, I wonder how she sleeps. How do others on the ship treat you? We don't speak and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warfare on our longer voyages. Victus hesitated before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune, hoping to restock the Dardus with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny at Eurac V and showed up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrel's fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you're close friends with Eurac. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Victus's eyes, the only hint that the Vox Master is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Theodora to be different. I'm different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide over a glass of anisette. If I'm not mistaken, regicide is basically chess. Yeah, similar to the ancient Terran game of chess, and amasek is wine. Okay, it's not described here, but it's basically wine. Except that Eurac changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Eurac considers me a friend now, but we used to be very, very close. This connected to look after her. My own. Your message about Lutz is Discord. Alright, cool. I'll check it out. Perception test succeeded. What were my odds of that? I'll check. Interpreting the Vox Master's emotions based on half a phase in the Vox motivated voice is no easy task, but you managed to catch the undercurrent in Victus's words. The Vox Master is not merely saddened by her rift with the deer, she is devastated by it. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Victus twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. I see. Let us return to business. As you wish, Lord Captain. Do I need to bolster my crew's morale yet? I don't even know what my crew's morale is. Let's actually hold off on that for now. Okay, what was on perception? Persuasion? They're only a 30% chance, like a base chance. It must maybe be modified further, but I think they've rolled pretty well. Just normal deckhands. There's Abelard. So much to explore. There's the Master Helmsman. Let's talk to him first. Oh, there's a Genta as well. This looks really, really pretty though. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake on his white, almost dove-colored skin. The scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. The neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neuroconnectors on his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Have you gotten around to some fighting? Yeah, last time. Last time there was actually a fair amount of fighting. But looking at this, we might not see a single shot fired today. I think, like, at least for the time being, it will be just lots of talking and exploring the ship. But that's role-playing games for you. Have you gotten any further in your Shadow run? Oh, Cap. Master Helmsman Rebel at your service. Who are you? I'm the Master Helmsman, Lord Cap. I stand at the wheel of this here tub. I mean your vessel, and bar commands of the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I am the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or disruptive gravitational wave when we are traveling through the void. So you control the ship in real space. I wish that was my only job. I have to steer through the warp too, but most of the credit for that goes to the Navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing out something new. All maze at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough. I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and I don't kick up a fuss when new oil is coming from the Navigator's sanctum. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation. That kind of shit shows up everywhere. Thank the Emperor, the organs on this vessel are holding up, and so far we've been able to spot if something bad's coming our way. Who are these idiots you are in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the Enginarium, Voidsmen from the Orgadex, the work-shy fools on the bridge. I'd have every last of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape or else the ship will be going nowhere. Or even worse, it'll go somewhere we don't want it to. That's enough for now. Rayala, Captain. You also are Voidborn, are you not? That I am. Born to a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Started the family trade until I was 15. Then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower-hold scum. They spared the young'uns. Of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was doing none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me. So I escaped into the crawlways. And then I spent months picking them off. One after the other. You could be talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a Voidborn. Oh, finish your story, Reva. Reva stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward, to the middle decks. That's where the Auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see? Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smart. Ended up a junior helmsman, a dozen years later. Danrock spotted me and lured me away. The cheeky blighter. I used to be an officer in the Imperial Navy, and I can say this with certainty. The best helmsmen come from the Voidborn. I am glad to have you at the helm of my ship. Rather frees, tensely staring you in the eye and clearly trying to discern if your words amid his mockery. After a moment's pause, the muscle in his face twitches, and another. His cheeks spasm, his mouth twists, and you realize that Reva is unsuccessfully trying to remember how to smile. Hey Galaxy, how are you doing there? Thank you, Lord Captain. I won't let you down. I can see you are not a gregarious sort. Reva's eye twitches, which makes the grimace on his face even uglier. Have I done something to displease the Lord Captain? Did I mishear you, or are you giving the rogue trader cheek? Answer me, Void Red. No. No, a mere flagrant observation. Rather gives you a careful look and scoffs. Right you are. It's not hard to see that I'm in a foul mood. I'm not the only one to blame for it, you know? Your beans. How are you, Vic? I'm doing fine. Just, here. I'm right ahead of you. Just chilling, enjoying the evening. Had a good dinner. I still have a little iced tea. My ear doesn't hurt anymore. So life is good. And I only have to go to the office one more time this year, and then I can spend the rest of the year just working from home without being bothered. How are you doing, Beans? With your dancing ditto? Reva points at the cables around himself, connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship. Except the bloody cogs messed up the wire stimulus injectors and connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way or burned something by knocking. Anyway, I can't sleep. Just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and this splitting headache. God, the poor man. So he'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. Because the rope thing, we just started. We've been playing for, what, 20 minutes, and I'm just talking to the second NPC, actually, I just noticed. Oh god. Tell me about the Voidborn. Rather winces and rubs his temple. Or can I mean no disrespect, but you do better to find someone with a knack for conversation, like Tollyman and the new Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Blessed folks stick to do what they do best. Well, what can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one. Take Janus Damrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. Drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, got caught by the Seneschal, and ended up in the Void Hatch. Damrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster, another Tollyman like the last one, Void rest him, is no better. She got off half the Vox shadows the day she took up her post. Said the Vox systems were damaged at the Engineer and had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steal shit? Protect the Cox's reports with the power of my mind? First officer Vizarian, I can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void. But he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. I'm a Navy officer, former one, so careful, careful. Me and him had to had words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor, Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when they came hailing a Voidship. Then there's that woman, what's her name? Talas? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out it was the witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Tollyman, you know? Or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Reva looks perplexed. What kind of a question is that? I like you, and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. I must take my leave. Or Captain. Rather not acknowledge you with the nod and turns away. I kinda like him, he's rough, but he's honest. I can work with that. We see what Genta has to say.
Rogue trader.
Oh, she actually has voice acting. Oh, I can rest. Sister Genta looks tired. The dark circles under her eyes, her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
Alright. Fuck. The cursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in the Von Belantis territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans. But there's a lot of options I have here. What good would meeting them do? Make arrangements for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans with a speech. Nah, I don't think they don't need to hear that. I'll meet the notified with his needs. Well, the person meeting with the rogue trader is too much. Why would I? I'll be nice and actually meet the children ourselves. No formalities, no pomp. Now my nose is a little clogged up there. Oh, manage. I think I want to be nice. Well, I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Melanchthus dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. Wait, huh? I just teleport there? What's going on? Oh. Got a special little scene. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Schola Peregrinium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Aganta is sitting on the side of the group. As you approach, she perks up. Can I zoom in? Yes, you can. Where is she? Orphans, soldiers. Oh, there she is. And there's Adelard. Ah, yes, the helmet on. Great. As you approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides us through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet you, Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Melanchthus. Let's see, grandly address the group, smile at the group, address the chaperons. Ooh, I like both of these. I think I want to see what chat thinks. I mean, the more personal. The speech is pretty cool, but is this the same for all ordnance or because you're a naval officer? I think this is actually the same for all. This is just like a little side quest for her. And your pies! Rogue mode, beast mode. So what should we do? Like, do we do the grand speech? Or are we trying to be more personable here? We need to keep in mind though, I did read a little about that morality in this universe is a bit different from ours, so like being super nice is not always the best option. I'm not sure if it applies to this one here, but this is 40,000 years in the future. And I like both of them, so I can't really decide. Big fan of grand speeches. Alright. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of the ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for just cause, and brought honor to them, to the Von Melanchthus banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on to every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. Beat them! One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens before you, noble not, and you just give us speeches. Agenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. Chaperons group, ignore the interruption. Let's see, their comportment is much to be desired. I hope it will be molded into worthy servants of the House of Melanchthus. Punish the troublemaker? Put the rest back on their base. If you have things to say them without fear, I will listen. Or we just keep going on. Alright, good. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for dropping in. Maybe now it's the time to be a bit nicer. Will I listen or will I just keep droning on? Oh no, I can hear the sobbing in the background. I want to punish the troublemaker. He's still young. He doesn't have himself under control properly. Let's see what being nice brings us. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boil smells grimly. Doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back. It won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop or die like our folks, or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. To command, I fought and repulsed the assault as quickly as could. Strong of the power. Punish the troublemaker. I like this one actually. Understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Seems to have worked. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with the Von Venankius emblazed on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal can prepare for any contingency. Do they get sweets? Do they actually get sweets? Ha! Here, catch! Argenta wraps her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Yeah, I'm not sure how to read that. I might have messed it up completely. I don't know. Guess we'll find out in a minute. Also, how are you doing, Pies, if I haven't asked before? I think I forgot actually, sorry. How's the Tuesday been? I got teleported back here. Not done with her yet. Okay, errand is complete.
Greetings.
Even in stillness. Good day in the gym, that's it. You know, I didn't have that a productive day at work, so I probably could have switched with you and felt better about that. But I'm shit at the gym. I really need to get back to working out sometime soon. Maybe that's a good thing for the new year. Like just kick back and enjoy myself through the holidays, but then come January, maybe that's a good time to try and establish a new routine again. I have a phase where I was fairly kept a pretty decent schedule, working out a little, losing weight, but then I kind of lost I like fell out of it, and then I couldn't get back into it for a while. Even in stillness, this Argenta radiates energy. With the dark eyes shining and a slight blush to her cheeks, she is reciting a prayer, and looks at you only once. She has spoken the final line. Victorian Gregorius II, greetings. Tell me about the Adapter sororities.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in
Should
hearing?
leave my house once in a while. I guess I can see that. I would do it to lose some weight because, like, when I was younger, I could just eat whatever I want. I wouldn't gain any weight. But as I got older, that skill just disappeared, and now I'm a bit portly. Got a bit too much belly there, so for that, just for like looking a bit better and also for health reasons, I should trim myself a little bit. They say the adaptation are the fiercest in their fate among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Well, I've certainly seen her use the bolter plenty, so I know that she can do that. Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices, the Adeptus Sororitas, are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness. But do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
Oh, depravity? I wouldn't mind.
Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
What kind of exercises do you do, Pies? Like, are you more like about muscle building and lifting weights or stuff, or are you more about, I don't know, stamina, jogging, cycling, or whatever?
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand. Those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
Is that why she's on the ship, maybe?
And we seek out the relics that have been lost.
Or maybe that's
Neither
why
a coven of heretics, nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
You said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
The Drusians are a specific sect. Like Drusus. Oh, that is. Saint Drusus, a legendary hero of the Angevin Crusade who founded the Calixian sector for the Imperium of Man. So he was a pretty big deal. Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas of the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I would be certain that having more sisters on the ship would boost morale of the crew quite a bit, for reasons I will not get into.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Speaking of interest in holiness, tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Well, how you ended up here, for example.
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? The Theodora's men eliminated them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday.
Yep, that just sounds like a side quest in the making. You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did all this happen that you just mentioned?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Well, we could go to the planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous Navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the Von Valanci's Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of
Maybe
battle
the
aboard the ship.
Seneschal has a bit of a fancy for him, who knows? Oh, welcome back, Evil Goat. I thought you would stay away longer. Not that I mind that you're back, of course. You didn't miss something big, just like talking to her about her backstory a little bit.
But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
It could be tough holding that group together. Groceries. Ah, okay. I see. Any more questions?
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
Sooner or later we'll probably have to go back to Footfall anyway to resupply and stuff like that. It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught.
So they shall.
Thank you for this conversation. Until next time. Okay, so we got like one of the proper party members done. You mentioned the Seneschal earlier, so let's talk to the Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously,
Thank
as though
God
he
for
is
cold fusion.
inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
And I'm happy to talk to an NPC that actually has a voice. Outline the situation the Coronas expands for me. What I need to know and keep in mind.
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Coronas Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
I think he's a formal naval officer, at least from the looks of him, so you're probably not too happy about that.
Until recently, the Coronas Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronas Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse. And in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Okay, if the Lord Inquisitor is actually here in the area, then there's something serious going on. A man like that, or a woman like that, would not do that journey. There was nothing that requires their attention. Well, the main place I need to be aware of the Coronas Expanse.
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronas Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium.
Of course.
They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Enginseer Prime. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Winterscale was a name often mentioned in the books, actually. Chorda as well, but I think it was a different Chorda. Maybe it's her daughter? Or her mother? I think the one in the books was called Aspis Chorda, however you pronounce that name. It was like A-S-P-Y-C-E. So Aspis, or SPK or something.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Casbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronas Expanse.
Okay, all of these factions actually exist in the books as well. I don't remember the Drusians very much with influence with the Chorda dynasty. The Chordas were actually mostly described as being pretty ruthless and criminals, so I'm sure that fits, but As I said, the name didn't fit either, so maybe there's some deviancy going on. Conrad, our previous master of whispers. What could you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voidship. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
The man has a really nice voice. I like listening to him.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Well, tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora Seneschal? My money is on naval officer.
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis.
Bingo.
No. I used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium.
Good man, good reliable man.
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis.
Hello, welcome.
You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue.
In regards to a streaming channel like logo banner emotes, but it's away to gaming room. Nope. I mean, I appreciate you not beating around the bush and just going for directly, unlike many others who take half an hour to finally spill beans, but I've already got someone working on that, so I don't really need another artist. Sorry.
The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational.
I know that
Many
problem.
in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
No, Alisa, then you'll know. As I said, I have no interest in another artist because I already have an artist. Spending good money on that artist. I don't need a second one. So please drop the issue or I will drop you. But I have the same problem as him actually, in real life. I'm sometimes too direct, I think, for a job in bureaucracy. And a bit unintentionally inclined to step on people's toes. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think we're in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Ah, I got him. I got him. Well, do you have a family then?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4. And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
I kinda hope that we get to meet his children later in the game. Like, it doesn't even have to be some grand quest where I have to rescue them from the clutches of an orc freebooter or some stuff like that. Like, just a visit. And just chill in his living room and drink some tea or whatever. See how he interacts with them. I would like that.
Of course.
Do I give him first name rights already? I'm not sure. And I like being chummy with my people, but I don't think I'm that chummy with him yet. Let's actually not do that. Not yet. Maybe later.
Lord Captain.
It would feel out of place. Like, he's very much a Navy man. He likes hierarchies. He likes clearly established order. I'm still fresh on the post, so like, it would feel like I would be like moving too fast or something. Maybe later in the game I can still do that. High factotum Janrus Denrock. The competent man in lavish clothes before you, not without it. Wait. The competent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. The server skull whirs over his shoulders while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he's holding, and regards with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Janrik Denrock, at your service. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the High Factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protector. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners don't weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned in toil for the good of the Von Valankis dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. How do you come to serve the Von Valankis dynasty? I come from Dargonus, your lordship. It's the same planet that the Seneschal is from. Or at least his children live on, so nice. I've been a great subject of your dynasty since birth, and have always tried to be of use to the great road trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family. She might be 15th in line for the title. So I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempt to shorten the waiting list at my expense. The Unreal is on an almost kind of chuckle. While our brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the adeptus administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh no, that's a tricky question, your lordship. You ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing the headship that let slip a careless remark about your predecessor. I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The interior has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model road trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish nobody to think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates? The wise move. Tell me what interests you, and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. Janus's eyes light up. He is obviously eager to speak his mind. Well, let's end with the Seneschal then. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Vasarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I didn't know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your seneschal is capable of being something far greater than mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passively whenever Lady Theodora was away. And that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say. Alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. That actually sounds pretty good and what I had intended anyway. I'd like to hear the opinion of Conrad Whitebeard, the former Master of Business. I hope I never see him set foot about this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although, he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to be cleaning the latrines after all. The factotum's bloated face for a stir. You gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain. And still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voidbeard's company. But I believe him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out Conrad lacked the most important quality for Master of Business: unwavering loyalty to the road trade. And this failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about Vox Master Victor Sullivan? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Tolman has spent in post as Vox Master, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her characters, or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn the Master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? We most often deal with the followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbalica Mission, or, Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What did the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis expansion to the warm embrace of the faith, just as the flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is assigned the rogue trader himself, believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the runes, and this most often seems footfalls grant atrium. The gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. And the Explorators? Members of the Explorator Cognizance fleet, which has been roaming the Coronavir's paths for a good while now. A Messiah knows what they are hoping to find, but the acolytes regularly show up on uninhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rebel from corruption. The tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on footfall. And the Casbalica mission. Masters of the cold trade. Immoral criminals and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Elixir sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They're led by Vladaim Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of Rogue to the Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladaim, look for him in the Lizus Palace of Footfall. What is this Fellowship of the Void? Yanris emits a laugh-light gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of the little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo of our hands without asking questions. Of course, there's always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead. But so far, our macro-cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amasecus at Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. Adeptus Amasecus is at a bar? I mean, Amasec is wine. I think it's a bar. Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? To profit them, of course. Most of the things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself. But the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor will think of them as treasures. Especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Bruised fanatics and pirate cutthroats, despotic ideas and exploiters, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. But there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once. Wait, what? Who is she? Custom character? Create a new... Huh? Can I just recruit new player characters here, or what is that? Yeah, I don't want to recruit anyone now. Interesting. I'm in need of training. I will show you our sparring chambers at once. What's that? I've got resources, people. Provisions, chemicals, glass steel, mechanisms, promethium, weapons, xenotech, elementine, phlogiston, crystals spawned within flaming magma and immense pressure. And profit factor. Got 10. That's my train. Ah, I see. I can reset my skills that way. So Eudora down there? Right. Then. The tall middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Eudora turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile. Even as her eyes look right through you. Did you know Theodora von the Lancaster well? Let's actually start with that. Let's be a nice guy and offer my condolences and stuff like that before asking about her abilities.
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
I'd like to agree, Eudora. What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Eudora laughs, rubs her hands together and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void.
Okay, sounds like a ship.
There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
The red robe is a clear indicator for a priest of the Adaptus Mechanicus. And they are always looking for new technology, or rather old technology, so... okay.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master? Or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
No idea.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
I know that you can recruit, potentially recruit Eldar later, and they have these soul stones, which they use to store their souls in when they die, so Death in the Twisted Glass could be that. Maybe that's a reference to the Eldar later?
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
About your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from then?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Well, tell me about the planet.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win. From poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me.
You say so?
But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
No, keep rambling on.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
No, please, okay. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
The looks that you're expecting. Then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. How did you end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full.
Okay.
So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go
not
back to my old life.
Good,
And so
good
I
behavior
entered
as
the
a guest, I
service
guess.
of the Von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amasek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy. Of course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a psycho?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you deal with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
So you can see my future, man.
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
We did that just like a few minutes ago. Let's leave that.
Sure, no problem. Sure thing.
Things are strange between you and Argento, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
It's someone that's just going to boil over, I think. Tell me a story for me.
You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up. But there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place. And what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it.
She was
People
used for
gambling
counting
away
cards or
planets in
something.
a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy.
Yeah.
So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
I'll grant her
Of
that.
course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
The voice acting is pretty good. I'm not sure I can trust the character, but the voice actress does a good job. People, there's something being spilled here. Maybe fix that. Nothing there. Nothing there. Did I actually explore everything? Talk to these people, talk to these people. Talk to Danra. Okay. Greetings, Lord Captain. I can't leave. Vessel stands ready. What's my job? Okay, I guess I need to actually use the ship now. I'll do some shadow running. Alright, enjoy. Happy that you found the game to be fun. Okay, let's take a look at that map. Ah. Actually do some shipping. Star systems. The events of Warhammer following 1,000 rogue trade take place in a vast region of space known as the Coronis Expanse. This sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you'll get a chance to visit. You'll find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the Expanse. What you see before you is the map of one such system. Each star contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest and then click left mouse button to initiate the event or open the planet view. Okay, I can't move the map. Unidentified Voidship. Okay, there I am. There's Ricket Majoris. Prison planet. Okay, that's where I probably can refill our crew. Just like buy some convicts of the prison management. The station. Oh no, work at Philia as the prison. Work at Manoris is the interrogator. I want to deal with the interrogator yet. There's the station with the Navigator. There's the okay, there's the prison. Artificial facility. I need to go to Ricket Majoris. Wait. Philia. Station minor. Okay, let's go to Majors. That's the closest. Ah, wait. Back to bridge. On integrity. Voidship. Ah, that's what I wanted to go to. Yeah, the Thunder Charge. Oh, it actually gains XP itself. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. Engine. Plasma drive provides 11 speed. 70 points of protection for each sector. Doubles against blast attacks. 80% hit chance and 5% critical hit chance. 4 points of damage negated. Plasma battery shortened. 2 shots dealing 21 damage per shot. So on the other side. Macro cannons on the deck. 2 shots with 14 damage. The lance. 45 to 55 damage. But it can only fire to the front. And a prow battery. That's that one then probably, huh? No, don't take it off. Where's this one then? These macro cannons here. Are they below me? These are the plasma batteries. This is the prow battery. The dorsal should be somewhere here, right? Upgrade hull. Can be upgraded. Scrap required for the next upgrade level. I've got 100. Upgrade ram. Scrap required. Weapon, other. Speed, maneuverability. Okay, let's see. Speed determines the number of VMP, void movement points. Yep. Okay, that's same as basically with the normal combat. Maneuverability. How many cells ship must pass before it can turn 45 degrees? The higher the ship, its maneuverability rating, the fewer cells. Okay. Bit counterintuitive that a higher number means fewer cells I need to travel, but fine. So what's all these Discord messages I keep getting? Oh, it's got its own skill wheel. Can I actually pick one already? Torpedo control. Gives control of the newest torpedo salvo, granting it 5 movement points. Faction flies in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement. Could I got both of them? But next level I can pick posts. Supreme Commander, skill required persuasion. This post oversees the crew and gives orders to other posts. Okay, regular officer, Master Cannoneer, Shield Master, Master of Maneuvers, Warp Channeler, Master of Etherics. What did I just do? Swing run. Ah, I need people in the post to actually use the abilities, apparently. Okay. Master Cannoneer Demolition. Ah, okay, here it shows the skill. So here I've got 60 Persuasion. They're all in their 30s. Master Cannoneer, she's got 60. 40-40. Tech use, athletics, Master of Maneuvers, Warp Channeler, Supreme Commander, spin around. What does it mean? Supreme Command. Wait, huh? Okay, I'm just a bit confused. Master of Etherics, awareness. She's got pretty good awareness. her there. But I'm not sure if these skills actually work already, if I need to unlock them first. Got torpedo control. Guess you're the best I have in terms of athletics, so let's give that to you. But cool. Cool. Artificial facility. Wait, no, go there. Tithe credit determined. Begin scan. How does this work? Extractium. The mobile binding outpost is assembled in accordance with the blessed standard template construct. The small industrial complex will be deployed in practically any world, however inhospitable. The serf can assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the rogue trader. But there is nothing here. Tithe grade S111, whatever that means. I mean, I know what a tithe grade is, but I don't know what S111 means. Okay, so we've got one world scanned. There's also something flying around here. Let's go to Eurac then. See that? And that? Oh no, that's my coordinates. Ah! Ah, okay, I'm slowly getting this. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Eurac V being off limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobility houses requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Contact the station again, I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadence sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers.
Thank God for cold fusion.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The station did not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Thanks, Galaxy. Let's do an auger scan. Let's see if that actually does anything. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remained silent for a while, but then you hear static and Victus's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many
nuclear launch detected.
Say Oompa, long time no see. Welcome, welcome, nice to see you. How are you doing, man? But many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central model, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are these navigators heralds ignoring us? Can we even get official approval? Let's pick that and see what happens. Lord Captain. Only the navigators are blessed with the gift of steering ships to the immaterial. Anyone else would succumb to the same nightmarish influence it projects on the crew and the vessel. To attempt traversing the warp space without a guide is a fool's errand. It's actually not a complete fool's errand. You can, in the lore, make short warp jumps without a navigator, but it's slow and you can't get far. Seems like your alerts are quite loud compared to your voice. I think that, for some reason, I think the sound settings have gotten a bit off, but I don't know why. Maybe the microphone is still pretty new. I got that only this year, so it can't be that. Or I got it last year, I think, but still, it's new enough. Maybe I need to fine-tune it a little bit. But is the sound in general fine, or is it just the alerts that are off? I mean, I can turn the alerts down a little bit. Where is it? Where do I have that? There. No, where was the... There it is. turn the volume down a little. Let's put it to 60. 60 should be good. That's a bit too loud, okay. But as I said, is the rest of the sound fine? Or is my voice too quiet in general? Forgive me for intruding, Lord Captain, but I feel it is my duty to remind you that the Navis Nobility are highly respected citizens of the Imperium. Humanity's guides through the warp. The power and status of a highborn Navigator house is akin to that of your Protectorate. To aid them in their hour of need is to acquire an influential ally. Otherwise I have a bit more paint on me vampires. That's good. That's nice. I also did buy a little Warhammer the other day. I had a like 50 euro coupon that I got for my birthday earlier this year. And so I finally went to the local games workshop and just spent it on like a squad of guardsmen. Or Astra Militarum guardsmen. So right, something can be quiet, but it's mostly alright. Okay. I actually can't turn it louder. It's as far as OBS goes, it's at max. I mean, of course, my microphone is a bit away. It's like standing on my desk. So I guess distance plays a part. Like if I went closer like this, it'd probably be much better. But then you can see me, and I would have to bend over the entire time. Thing is, I do have one of these cranes or arms, or what you call them, but it doesn't fit on my desk because the way the desk is built, I can't attach it to it. So that will have to wait until I get a new desk, which I plan to do anyway, but it will take a little time. So for the time being, that's the setup. Order the crew to commence docking with the station then. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so we'll have to look for the steam navigator's blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Did I dock? Wait. Explore the stations to find answers. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. Begin scan. Tithe grade, whatever. There it is. I can pick up to 6. Oh no, I can pick up to 5 extra people. Okay. I'll obviously take them all. Why would I not? Is it one of mine or is it one of theirs?
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls.
I know they have a civil war going on or what.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orsellio. Wait, Orsellio. Orsellio? It sounds familiar, actually. Which one of the books was it? Let me think. If it's in any of these books, it's going to be in the Navis Primer. Let's see if there's something on House Orsellio here. Navigator duels. Navigator houses of the Expanse, 11. House Vischer, House Ortellius. Okay, it's not Orsellio. House Cassini, House Brabazon, House Mercator, House Malaspina, House Typhon, House Dakar. What's in there? Okay. I tried. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his very face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of the Navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back. I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Victor George II von Valenkis, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Corona's expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the nobility custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first. But given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship the rogue trader is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility. But just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion. But just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the dark man's dark-shadowed eyes. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Frederick Christoph August, keeper of this place. You did not arrive to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Eurac V is a holy sanctum for House Orsellio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. I came here in search of a navigator, so you are coming with me. I don't think that that's going to work. Provide me with the navigator and I will immediately depart the station. I don't think it's possible. Eurac V is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and we do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, Frederick gestures at the disorder around him. You have chosen an opportune time for negotiations. I'm also looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Heinrich van Kallax. Do you know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator? I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. What is happening here? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of the nobility, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orsellio, the second keeper of Eurac V and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take a prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light their souls will perish in the darkness of the voids. Frederick falls silent for a few moments and then furiously stamps the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. Take him by force. I do not care about your mistress. I am looking for a navigator and you will do. I still have questions concerning the situation on the station. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Tell me about your mistress. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is, assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. What makes you think your mistress is still alive? A spark of concern flickers in the black pits of Fedex's eyes. You may not believe me, but Lady Cassia is capable of... Navigator cringes, seemingly in pain and furiously exhales. Incredible things. Not even the traitor Theobald can easily harness her power. My men have reported that the station is in a deplorable state. The navigator irritated brushes away a strand of bloody hair. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems. But the only precious thing about the station is Lady Cassia's life. Everything else is futile and can be easily replenished. Why did you not respond to the messages from Rickard Minoris? I've already said that Eurac V is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we would not establish contact because traitors had disabled our equipment. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress's chambers, you will need to make a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orsellio herself. This is the control rod to the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the Mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it is so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobility or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendants of the Van Vanankius line? What have I decided? The woes of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. It would be an honor. The work at will cost. Or rescue your mistress. I'm an old Navy man, that's actually... The woes of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. Felix nods curtly. You should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader. And may the Emperor's light be with you. Well. Ah, okay, just a camera thing. I need to go to the bathroom really quick though, so I will be right back for a minute, and then let's tackle this main mission then. So, see ya in a minute or two. Alright, there we are. So there was
I'm
check.
always ready.
They seem to have features. What was it again? Talents. Nah, they still have so many placeholder things here. But I think it's gotten a little better. A little. But the thundering guns. Because I'm an iconoclast follower? They also want a bit more dogmatic choices, perhaps. Being a loyal servant of the Imperium and all that. Welcome back, thank you. Examine awareness 85%. Athletics 80%.
That wasn't so difficult.
The cops are mauled by the force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Tools, scissors and cutlery. What do you mean fused?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Ah, there's some loot. What's that? A multi-key, nice. I can't go there. I could just go through there, but I can also bypass this.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
It's about time.
Boss? It's a trap. It's a trap! Okay.
Hey, what's that?
More traps. There's a trap up ahead. Audio character disabled. If a character enters the trapped area or fails the test to disarm it, the trap will trigger, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within the area of effect. Sometimes you see the trap marked with a red area and the connecting dotted line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. How do you cut out the mechanism? Click left mouse button. Okay, that's a Agenta's specialty, I think. Demolition.
Duty prevails.
Nice.
The Emperor favors me today.
Oh yes, he does. The Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new.
Follow my lead.
Combat? Stand firm! We must let the miscreants defile House Orsellio. Fire at will! For House Orsellio!
Submit, and you'll die quickly. Urge them.
Okay. Let's see. At least there's a lot of cover here, so mostly half cover. Rogue Trader goes here, Argenta here, Idira here, and my melee man goes here. Dodge. Kill his own guy. Idiot. Fool. Can I hit... Hit the chair? Would like to hit 3 of them. That's 92? 92 what? Oh, this cover. 40, 66. And let's burst fire. What can I do again? And then gun, fury suicidal, more momentum.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Some bad shooting. Some lousy
Doubt
shooting.
is for the weak.
Okay. Her turn. She's got some skills. Could also use some warp trickery here. Oh, that looks good.
But of course.
Yep, nice. Guaranteed kill. Too heavily wounded. But a dodge and parry. Exploits. Exploits.
Anything else?
Oh, she has a last pistol, but she doesn't have the action points left to actually use it. Then just stay in cover. Move up.
A tactically sound approach.
Doesn't have a secondary weapon. Did I give him like some kind of new skill? Endure. He's in good cover, I think he's fine. It doesn't cost me anything. Might as well.
Nothing.
I also want to have a turn. My turn. Okay, let's see. Not voice of command. No, it was voice of command. So shift 2.
Nothing I
Buzz
can't do.
Argenta. And then pistol burst, maybe. I don't have the range for that.
Absolutely not. My tactics are flawless.
Are they now? Okay, the chance to actually hit the two guys in the back is minuscule, but
Not a problem for me.
kinda not good. Oh, they've got a medic. Oh, I didn't see that. I think so far they've done more friendly fire damage than I have done damage to them normally. Yep, they've killed another one of their own guys. 25, 26, 29, 21.
I'll do it.
Good. Do the run and gun.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Then you go here and do a single shot on the commander. I can take with Abelard.
I'll do it. Eradicated. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Right. Your turn. I'm still fairly low in the veil degradation thing, so I can just keep casting stuff. I think that's too far. That's too far.
On it.
I could just end him.
Be gone.
There we go. Increase dodge and parry for
Anything
Abelard.
else?
And do I need the Alanize on someone?
No can do. But
Yeah,
of
sure, why not?
course.
Abelard, your turn. What plans for you, my man? Now you can charge stuff. Like this guy.
Reduce to dust.
Nice. Now let's...
Indeed.
yours, so you take more hits. Good. So you're gonna seduce this stuff better. Maybe they'll add that in as a DLC or something. And too far away for anything useful. So go here. Nothing. A little bit. Something with more range.
I don't have time for this.
Mass pistol. That was completely pointless. Let's just do. Alright then, the voice of command. Characteristic increase.
Not my specialty.
Buff. Okay, can't. Buff him then.
You'll regret this.
High momentum.
What was that? Ah, momentum. How many do I have left? 1, 2, 3. I can't already shoot at them. Except this guy. 22 then. It's not much. I could have also flanked them. I should have done that earlier.
Guided by faith.
I'm committed to this path. Oh, if I miss this guy, I can still have a chance with the guy behind him. That's nice.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Yeah, it works. What's that? Rival and Slaughter. Until the end of combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses. 10 ballistic skill, more critical damage, critical chance. Yes.
I'll do it.
Until the end of combat, so there's really no reason why I shouldn't just throw that out as soon as I can.
I'm not so sure.
The line of sight. Maybe a half length then.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Should I let her sprint? Like, give up action points but have a run farther or something. Can you do another analyze though?
Anything else?
Alert. I think you can charge this guy. Or can you? Line of sight.
That's not the Seneschal's job. I will do my duty.
Okay, I can't charge attack him, but I can at least run right next to him.
What? You attack!
Good, only one guy left.
Victory is imminent. Die! Just a minor setback.
What's my special skill? Another extra turn with full AP and MP. This extra turn less an attack limit.
My time is
her.
now.
I mean, you can't shoot at this guy.
This is unacceptable.
Line of sight? Okay, then let's...
As the
Run and
Emperor
gun.
commands, I act.
No? There.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
All you need to do is hit.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
But this takes a little damage. Yeah, sure, Galaxy, no worries.
I'll do it.
What's wrong with this guy? It's too far. I've got a... What was it? A 1% chance?
I'll pass.
I can grant her
I don't have time
too
for
far.
this.
I can't really do anything. Oh, that's a normal turn. Okay.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
There we go. Time to do some loot. What's that? Intercept a conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire spread to the child's personal guard. By the god Emperor. While you are stopping lad, you will probably make it for a cycle or 3. There's one on better man than me. What even is the point of your brains turning to mush? Mirror up my eyes like Amos did. At best I'll just go bonkers like the little shit stain that kept stealing our loan. Oh, what happened to that one? He himself out of the depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down, keep your fight except the squad will not have to starve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. I like that fish-eyed... Be quiet. You might hear you. Libraries full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from us and retirement practitioners to Adeptus Mechanicus Unitas.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
But I can't select all my people at once. this. There you go. What have we got? Last pistols, swords, with some armor, and a last gun. Nice, crappy auto pistol. That can go. Last gun might be nice. It's weaker than the pistol though for some reason. It's a high range of fire though, double the range, much more ammo. Maybe I can find a use for that. Pontius Cephalius Galactius on the training of worthy servants of the court of Navis Nobilite. A good major domo. But I can actually read that properly from the inventory, I think. Yes. A good major domo attempts to nurture only the finest of the flowers in the garden that is in their master's life. Therefore, the season of the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the wild thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any Lady Navigator. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. A glass of fresh water upon waking. Tastes each dish and every drink before serving it. Will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure, whatever, should not exceed the 3 revolutions of the chronometer. This for the mistress and gladly gives a life her as well, a faithful. Okay. Well, that's.
None shall stand in my way.
More last guns, more armor. Let's take all of these in my inventory for now. Data crypt, H40KO. Maybe it's like a key or something?
This cannot be!
It is the skillfully crafted sculpture is about to step down from its podium. I failed my test. Okay, it's just...
A new challenge for me?
Let's see about that equipment. Armored body glove, 15 armor. What about that? Bit more armor, but the dodge penalty. 20% less. What about that last gun? I think I might have switched the last pistol for the gun. Just so I have more range. Got anything else? Gloves of Endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious, the allies gain 1 bonus. Earth and well maintains. Ah, it has a lesser range. 1 less range. But I've got the last gun now for range, so I think I'll switch out my revolver as well. Abelard could probably do with the chest plate. No, he's got a better one already. Yep. He's got a better one already. Let's give the man a last pistol just in case. And the gloves just in case. Hoping he won't need them. Let's see. Dodge. She also got a mesh chest plate. Okay, so these flag chest plates are completely useless to me right now. Gotcha. What's behind door number 1? Another door or goodies? That's a big door. There's also still some goodies to be had. Auto pistols, sure.
We should deal with this.
Boss? Ah.
Victory awaits.
Agenta.
I better myself through my service.
Navigator flesh sample. I know what all this stuff is for. Okay, these are just trading goods, right?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Idira, stop castigating yourself. Your soothsayings have always been vain. Even if you had her, who among us would have realized that it was Lady Theodora who was in peril? Something.
Ah, there it is with the line to the mechanism. So that seems to be in the other room.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Careful how you're curving there, guys. Tech use 63%.
What in the world?
Let's use the multi-key.
This cannot be.
Fuck. Come on. One of you. Shit.
Lesson learned.
Failed his athletics test.
Over.
Okay, at least we cleared that. For persuasion. Okay, that's good. That's good for me. Because I am very persuasive. Noble silk gloves. Yes. I do lose out on some... Ah, it looks nice though. It fits well with the uniform. Lose out on some tech use. Got our replacement tech user either. Give that to her. So want to get in there. Come on, 60%.
That didn't go as I'd hoped.
Fuck.
When the faithful are idle,
Okay, let's
heresy
send her in.
grows.
But I didn't need to open the door in the first place. Great. What a waste.
Never doubt me. Blessed be the road that we take.
Okay. People? Just trading goods, right? Are these enemies? Or are these on my side? Did you hear the screams? Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Who is shooting on whom here? I know you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me, they whispered. Hey, who are you? Did he just shoot himself? That might have been meant to him shooting himself. Okay, these can go to cargo. Let's keep the last guns just in case. Another one of those data crypts, okay. But they don't stack. Oh, it's another data crypt as well. Maybe that's like a USB stick or something and I can plug it into some machinery later? Fatigued, stack 1 of 50. Each stack grants a 10 penalty to any strength test and agility test and 1 movement point. Will be moved at the end of combat if gained outside of combat visit the Voidship room. Oh crap. research notes, nice. Wait, there's a reference to these. Keeper Theobald's research notes of Custodian Orsellio, Part 13. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so we could study the influence of the rebellious material in the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the war. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let's get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. But I bear praise I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to be protected of the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All of the data related to the experiment are recorded to data crypt K050H, which I don't have. I'll get back to them later once I'm done with experiment H41OK. That I have. I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix's subjects is completely useless. Although, its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Oh, with this, so... Well, these
None shall stand in my way.
Where's the child? Is she safe? We're all done for. They'll kill us all. I can't take this anymore. Ah! He has a name. Or she has a name. Who had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants of House Orsellio. How charming. For some reason, the Arch enemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Oh, it's a chaos growth. That's not good.
Follow my lead!
Awaken the cogitator spirits. The cogitator's windscreen is covered in cracks and stained in dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. We turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked windscreen of the sacred emblem flickers. The cogitator inside emits streaks and groans and the lumens accelerate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator systems. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, data appears on the vid stream. Felix Orsellio alive. Theobald Orsellio alive, upper chambers. Calomira Orsellio alive, no, dead, upper chambers. Alexis Orsellio, lower levels, dead. Rasmus's Tavern Orsellio, unknown, dead. The child. Location, upper chambers. Biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit. Status unknown. Attention. Calming procedures advised. Attention. Upper chambers inaccessible. Error. The controller is not present. If the alert has been misplaced, immediately welcome back. But have you made yourself for dinner? Immediately contact the station keeper of the Navis Nobilite custodian. It's in the log. The archive data stored in the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A8289. No, 8282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Yo, hello Raiders. Hello Satan, my dear. Hello Fundia. What did Galaxy say? Me ready to wrap and melted cheese? Oh, that sounds good. Melted cheese is always a good idea. There we go. It works. How did the finals go? Also now I can close the tab. Because now that the tab is open, I'm just watching myself basically. There I can go. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We have attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. Never received a reply and can be short.
My god, this is a German airline.
Go for it. Do you really want me to translate go for it? Actually, I'll do translate go for it. Probably versuch's, I would say. Just versuch's. Rescue team is not coming. We are on our own to remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. But good, we won some, we lost some. Getting closer to ranked. Ah, you don't have an unlocked yet. I was thinking about asking when you are going to play ranked, but I guess then that question is just futile for the time being. Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X880 originator classified, date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. The negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 minutes. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the newly retainer's resistance to the child's powers. You have to play 60 before. Just like 60 matches, you don't have to win, or you have to don't play like up to a certain skill, you just have to play 60 matches. Examine the station's docking log. Almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aronto Orsellio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. All classified. But so the head of the house or something was here before. Security and life support logs. The lights above the control panel flicker to life and a single repeating message streams down the vid screen. There's technical compartments, living quarters depressurized. Can't access the docking system, energy regulation system error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. View the encrypted data. How many tech is 25? Just matches, alright. You said that ranked is like different in that you don't have infinite respawns or something, right? Required access level security captain or above. Current access level senior security officer. 2 coins per team, I think. That's probably going to change the gameplay drastically when you can't just run in and shoot and die with blazing guns. Attack use 25. Is that a height? Okay, it's a 60% chance. 60%. Let's try. Succeeded! You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors were, unhappily, for 4 experience. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the Purge protocol recovery is impossible. The list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete picked flow disable. I imagine picked flow disable means like cameras. Access code null. Station controls delete. Activate shuffle self-destruct. Purge command log. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had been recently reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that? Are we being played here? We've been told that Theobald is the bad guy, but maybe that other guy. Maybe that other guy. Can we call Rick at Minoris for help? Probably not, right? Cannot work. Switch to main chamber controls. What does that do? Open our doors on the level, yes. Your assumption is incorrect as it fills with static just a few minutes later. Data corrupted. Processing error. Oh no. Oh no. Logic 40. Is that it? 73% chance. Do I actually have to count this? Please, no. No, none of the numbers actually match, so... Or is it repeating? Might be repeating as well. 0, 100, 11... Where's the next 100? 0, 100. Doesn't repeat. Nope. Nope. Let's try the logic test. Succeeded! The screen lights up with a smattering of unfamiliar green symbols and we hear a peculiar click from somewhere behind you. It appears one of the doors in the chamber is opened. Main elevator controls. Is blocked. Activate. Confirmed. Nice. Step away. And dialogue. No, I don't just walk away. I thank the machine spirits and reset the operating protocol.
It's about time.
So this opened. I don't have to try and break it. Nice. I can just loot my heart's content. This is trading goods. Carapace chestplate. Light armor 20. That could be good. And a long last. Nice. Sniper rifle. Trading goods. Wait. Oh no. Why is everything locked? Okay.
I rise to the occasion.
Ha 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 ha! I'm the man. Let's take a look at my new gear. Carapace armor, it's both light, so I don't use dodge chance. I do get a little more damage reduction though. My magnificent chest of metals is obscured, but the sacrifices you make. Where's the elder waifu? Probably quite far away, but you've got me. I mean, look at me. Look at my portrait. Look at my magnificent glasses. Look at my cool hat. Also, I've got hard-drinking Psycha woman and sister lady. So, what do you want with the bloody Eldar? Let's see, long last. Oh, that's good damage. Armor penetration. Additional hit chance, 25. Good range. That's a nice gun. That's a pretty nice gun. Could use that maybe instead of a normal last gun. We've already got the body glove. We've got the chest plates. Alright. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for raiding. Also, let me try that shout out maybe. Just do that too little, Mr. Satan. Shout out, Mr. Satan. There we go. So can't talk to these guys, I have to export this.
A new challenge for me.
Nothing here. This door, unlocking this door is pointless. Got all this.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
And this area is pretty much done. What? Too many voices, I can hear their rage. The door's open.
Victory awaits!
What? What's going on? I don't like that.
Follow my lead!
happened here? Medicaid 50%.
I did fine.
Did you? Did you do fine? Where's the log? Succeeded. Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. I think it's nothing at all. So it's just like having a small migraine or something, you know? Looking forward to the moment when I can actually trade all that stuff in. 4 mutated flash sample, that's just
None shall stand in my way.
Meteorite chunk. That was mentioned earlier in one of the logs. Ripper auto. Ooh. Rate of fire 9. Little range. Could that be a good replacement for my revolver? It does deal less damage per shot, but it has more shots. Also, there's a chance of over-penetration. Why didn't the revolver have that, though? Must not have these features. What about this info? It does have the over-penetration chance, but it deals more damage. I think I'll keep the revolver for now.
A new challenge for me?
Also, what's this, a statue? Is that supposed to look that way? I don't think so. Creepy. More of the bad stuff. But not the carpet. Okay, I can't give that to my Psyker. Because she only has the body glove so far. Where did I put it? Huh? Wasn't the carapace chest placed just a second ago? Where did it go? Secured by a sophisticated mechanical lock.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
To go back after all. Did you jump over this again?
Excellence matters.
Yes, excellence in jumping. I mean, I get experience for that too. What about this? Controller is required. Wait. Restart the elevator. Can rebuild on the laboratory using blood and sacred mechanism. But what laboratory? Didn't see a laboratory. None of these rooms actually have names. How does this help me? Been directly, by the way, the only way to play 40k games? No. I have been a little iconoclast, which is basically be a person of the 21st century instead of the 400th? Yeah, the 400th century. I got that because I rescued a few crew members from a fire. I had like the option to strike a deal with some apparition, which would have been heretical, save the crew, or trust in the Emperor and just walk through the fire. I was actually tempted to walk through the fire, but...
What in the world?
The Whispers told me how.
Don't listen to the witch.
I won't tolerate
Okay, then it must be somewhere in here, right? Laboratory, blood, It's a mechanism. Must be this. Awaken the cogitator. Elevator controls. Elevator has been activated.
Follow my lead.
I did that earlier already, so this can't be it.
Victory awaits!
Must be missing something.
That wasn't so difficult.
A new challenge for me?
What is required? He can't help me, but I can't help myself either. Turn to the Voidship, no. Okay. Can I combine items or something? Add to cargo, info. Phylactery of blood. Hey Tifa. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just trying to figure out how to proceed with this quest. But thanks for the lurk. Must be completely blind. It looks like there's more here, but there's nothing.
The premonition runs true.
Yeah, why didn't I soft block myself or something? Maybe I can do this again? No.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'm actually going to have to Google this, I think, because I'm running around here. I mean, this looks like a laboratory. They even have the test subjects, but there's nothing I can interact with to craft. Let's Google that. Rogue Trader, craft rod. Control rod puzzle solution, how to solve. Fucking cookies. Yo, Anthony, man. For the Emperor indeed. How are you doing? Just trying to look up the solution to a puzzle which I don't get at all. You need to make it to the lab and craft the control rod. Yes. Here's something you can read below to figure out how to solve the puzzle. Making the control rod is easy. Just set to the device in the north part of the room. What device? I haven't even seen this room before. This is a completely new room. Try this new Fortnite X Lego. What's that? This Fortnite X Lego. I must be missing a door or something. Oh wait, I have an idea. Speaking of doors. Awaken. Main chamber control. Open all doors. Is it the uppermost one? None of the sequences quite match. Let's just try this. It's already been opened. It's already been opened. It's depressurized. That's just been opened. Okay, good. Already open. What did I click? Ah. Ah, there we go, okay. I thought all these were just red herrings. Trying to keep me confused and busy.
It's about time.
Now I can continue, finally.
None shall stand in my way.
This looks like a... No, that's a reactor, not a lab. I hope that's not leaking any kinds of... like water? No, any kinds of radiation or something. Side crystal. Flash sample. The data crypt. Consequences of regions, use your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody want to destroy the laboratory or find something.
This cannot be.
I failed the test, eh? Yeah.
Victory awaits.
At least there's consequences and stuff like this, so I can't just try it a million times until I succeed. I get one shot and then that's it. More research notes. One was after being influenced by the immaterial. It has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystal particles from the Winter Scale dynasty. I strongly recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burners for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. And one more thing. Attack Priest blessed the data crypt H41 OK for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. This is probably part of the puzzle that was mentioned. But I have to use the correct data vault or something. The journal. Let's see, it shells influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Subgroup low-born male. Acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions and the body's subsequent replacement of those secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. They literally cried out there no organs. God. Since wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. The subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abominable tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed by their own internal organs. What a way to go! They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Tissue flask, flesh sample, mutated flesh sample, Navigator flesh sample, data crypt connector, catalyst flask, reargun. Okay, put these in the right order. Remake the controller, transducer, adamantine crystal meteorite chunk. Okay, I need to actually read the logs. This is going to be interesting. Let's sort this a little bit. Logs go here. Data crypts go here. Do I have another log? Materials go here. Liquids go here. Samples go here. Like this. Okay. Let's see. Part 12, part 13. Being influenced by the immaturement has something to do with the child's tantrums. Corrupted flesh reacts most unusually to the crystals. Okay, crystal is probably this. It's finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. I think I need to take some notes on this one, to be honest. So, crystal, catalyst, crystal grind, crystal grind, catalyst. Do not use acid under any circumstances. No acid. Calls for something more basic. Biogel, unleavened acid, like water. Maybe water? What's more basic than water? I mean, it's black, but also it's purified, okay. Data crypt, age 41 okay for the calculating of monoturns. Age 41 okay. Age 40 okay, malfunctioned. What about you? The keeper provided samples of his skin growth. Navigator is positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp, so Navigator flash sample. Adamantine does sound like water. This was the worst idea. Okay, no acid. Adamantine, also no. Adamantine seems to protect the flail fresh from the lobe to a degree. It's a more complex compound. Biogel? And K04OH seems to be fine as well. And the meteorite is also useless. So we should grind the crystal. Don't use the adamantine or the meteorite. Don't use the acid. Use the water. And maybe the biogel, the way I read it. But I could be completely off, so maybe I should just quick save and hope for the best. I've I knew what these devices actually did. Tissue flask, data crypt connector, catalyst flask, reagent flask. I put that in there. Transduce?
We need to investigate.
Crystal dust, yes. Crystal dust goes into catalyst. What do you mean unsupported? Huh? Didn't it just say that I needed? Ah, reagent, okay. There it is. Close. What can I put in there? Catalyst flask, they said water, right? Water works well. Tissue flask should be Navigator. And data crypt was... I think it was H41, or was it K? Let's try this. Did it work? I guess. Didn't explode. Did explode.
A new challenge for me.
Weird.
The Whispers told me how.
I think Orsellio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, and there's some healthy odor under the scales of his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well? Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Theodora suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. At the crossroads, there are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the cursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy. They followed the slightest touch, one binding a blind man, another a traitor. Who is Sue? Who do you see behind the masks? My whispers are getting nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say the tearing of the masks is your concern. Tell me more about the past, then. Let's say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. Simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. I'm not sure if everything is clear now. I did not understand a single word. She nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye. The stage has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Felix waves the deer off and looks at you expectantly. I still have a suspicion that he's actually the traitor. There was a hint in one of the logs, but I still have many questions. You think they are aware of the life of my mistress? Who's the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia, for the commoners' dirty mouth must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen, I thought, were convinced that we were the traitors. Felix gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they are insane. Do they really heed the ramblings of retainers who dare to raise their hands against the signs of a noble bloodline? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses at the scout were either unarmed or feeble. Do you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress, like him. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there were 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orsellio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power. And also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Eurac V and our noble line. Let's see. I listened to a recording. I saw the security captain's report. I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers. We were very lenient toward them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true. And in the end, I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The keeper spits out the last 3 words with particular bitterness. Maybe he's unhappy at being stuck on the station for years on end or something like that. And this is his revenge? I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station's systems. But Theobald stayed aside the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed. Or maybe after, or... Felix's stern face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who's going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor, you will keep those slanderous accusations to yourself. I actually still have no idea who actually is the culprit here. Let me think. I mean, the other side's guys were shooting at us, but they probably didn't even know who we were. From their perspective, we were just a bunch of strangers coming in. There is the logs. I mean, you could have initiated the self-destruct, as you said, earlier, or maybe used a lackey for it. But I don't know. Enough. I would not trust you as far as I could throw you, Fedek Orsellio. Maybe I was right. It really is time to end this. Felix squares his shoulders and gestures to his guards. I was hoping to find an ally in you, but now you are merely delaying the sorrowful end of your story. Prepare to die.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
None of you shall survive.
Okay. Wait, why does Theobald Orsellio have evil premonition effect? Where is even Theobald? He's not even on the map. Okay, cover. Put myself here. She's already in cover, that's good. She will stay there. Here.
King cleanses the body.
Yeah, they've got shotguns. Both both of them. My own guy, so I don't want to do that.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
So I'm afraid I used the wrong choice here, but let's just see what happens.
Ugh. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Can you charge? Target is too far. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to get one step closer.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Yep.
It will be done. At your beck and call. It will be done.
Ooh, God.
Fire.
Oh, my ears.
Yeah, she needs healing badly. Badly. Let's see, voice of command.
Nothing I can't do.
6%. 86%. 51%. 95.
All too easy. Absolutely not.
Curfew doesn't have a medkit. Ah, dear.
On it.
That was a good one. Dodge and parry. Curse. Survive.
Anything else? Can I fall back?
Ouch. Again, let's turn again. She can heal herself.
Injuries will not slow me.
95. Why's the damage so low though? To finish something off. 42. Also 42. I can't use run and gun anymore. Don't have the
Faith without deeds is worthless.
action points left.
Curse you, miscreant! Indeed.
Shit.
Victory is imminent.
That was a waste. Shit.
I will do like you do. Someone else can do this.
Can't target that guy.
I'm not interested.
Far.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Damage.
Need your Aegis, O Emperor.
I've suffered worse.
70%, 86%, 61. No vision on this guy. What's this that I shot? 80%. Plus a 50% bonus to grants a 10% hit chance bonus.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost. Suits my purposes.
Yourself again.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
And brace for impacts. No, doesn't work here. Finish this guy off, that would be a start. Let's put her in this cover, that's better.
What is this foreboding?
And then could also harm her.
Cover me! Was it you?
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Good. What's your thing again? Extra attacks to the weapons rate of fire. Not spend AP. Ah, that's good.
Power resides in the will
fire
of the
weapons
righteous.
then.
This is why I was chosen.
I'll do it.
One more.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
30, can't see. Can't see. That's a run and gun. We can go to cover at least.
Rejoice in battle!
1, 26.
Doubt is for the weak.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I refuse.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Okay, but you did good. Got one kill. And I got her into cover.
At your beck and call.
So give me one more hit like that and she's done. But he can't.
Indeed.
Yeah, then just do a tank.
Race.
What do you do any damage? I've got a 16.
Not a problem for me. Victory is reduced to dust.
There we go. Give me at least a little more damage reduction. Do you have a line of fire from anywhere?
I know what is to come. Not the scryer's job.
No.
Anything else?
Buff him. Good one.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Actually move out of the way, interesting. Can I go in there? Can I charge?
My place is at the fore. I took care of this
Nice.
one.
That wasn't insulting! Let's see how they respond to this.
Quite good enough yet. No movement points. Ah. I can just fry
No
it.
can do.
Enough sight. Now I have one.
Be gone.
Alright. Not sure if that was the right idea. Body glove, tactical goggles, staff of House Orsellio. Another last gun. Let's take that. Wait, no. What's this there? Shotgun, interesting. These can go there.
I won't tolerate weakness.
More shotguns. Yeah, sure. That many shotguns I don't need, so all of that over there.
It's about time.
Could I got anything new? I'm too weak. Well, that's a bloody shame because it's a good revolver. Oh, because I'm cursed also. Oh no, because I'm fatigued, right? I was fatigued. I got a range of 2? That's just garbage. Range of 2. This one, dodge reduction rate of fire, range 10. I think that was actually a... Okay, it's a bit stronger than the normal last gun, but it has less armor penetration. Yep, it sacrifices some armor penetration for better damage.
None shall stand in my way.
I hope that I didn't mess things up and I killed the right guy. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with the arms raised. Her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood between her scalp and spots. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under a disheveled hair, twitch nervously at her approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. When your eyes meet, it's an overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warped nightmares re-emerge from the shadows of your memory, paralyzed your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You catch your breath. A tear spun in your cheeks. Why is this happening? What is happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings seem to belong to you? You dare with something between a moan and a drawn-out blood. Well, as if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. I get the looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. She lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Tries to connect a follower, overcome the crushing despair. Persuasion. How much persuasion? 100%. Coercion. She rarely shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound, similar to both the sob and the howl of a small animal. But what's happening? Is someone calling my name? All the betrayers. Dead already? And you? Who are you? I'll see. Victor Aurora is the second one on the Lankies. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Victor Aurora is the second. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. Do you want to stop actually soul-crushing everyone in the room? What is this I feel? Faith. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, got desperately in our room. I saw the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child! Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child! Throne preserved. Despite his venerable age, the Navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. I think I actually picked right. He seems like the right guy. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. The sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. Okay, maybe I didn't pick right. Or maybe it's just an old Navigator, because they do tend to mutate as they get older. My eyes fail me, but they are unable to make out you as either an enemy or ally. I'm warning you. One wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orsellio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. Might just open that eye of his. Threatening that of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places his hand on this weapon. Let's see, persuasion 100%. Commerce also 100%. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Eurac V. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of the wrecked station, or like scoundrels in FedEx service. So who are you? Abelard introduces. Now I'll introduce myself. Victor Gregors II von Melanchius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orsellio now asks the service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Theobald frowns. Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we are all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orsellio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft? Idira mutters under her breath. You look frightening. The fish eyes look at you with unwavering dignity. You are not supposed to see me or Falak or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for their loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity, chosen of the Galactic Sovereign himself. You want to know what happened between you and Falak? Falak is my wayward student. He came to Eurac V as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child. To revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss. To pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators. Not Novators again? Patriarch or Matriarch. Okay, they are the head of the house. Okay. Tisiphone Orsellio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. But I accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice. All proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite. If the honest word of an honorable member counts for anything with me. I guarded the station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. How could you lose control of your own station? But dust my arrows in my face. I am twice your age, and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. Very well. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the Navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. The bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh and his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing an unbearable pain. Save the child, and deliver her safely to Regent Aranjo, acting head of House Orsellio, in the Corona's expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a Navigator, but after everything we've seen, I got some reservations about this girl. You think? Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Falak inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There is a Manicay deck on my ship. Theobald only shakes his head. No.
Thank God for cold fusion.
I am the keeper of Eurac V, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I believe I have made my decision. Is that so? Please share your thoughts. Okay, Cassia shall come with me. Good. That is good. The old man nervously licks his lips. But do allow us to say our proper farewells. Theobald coughs up a bluish blood. It stains the armor plate on his chest.
Wake up, my mistress.
But he remains
my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Corollas Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
No! Not you too! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress has given you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Eurac V, and alas, I have less than a day in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orsellio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
The crimson tears stain the Lady Navigator's white skin once again, but this time her power does not make everyone weep along with her. Let's say nothing, actually.
What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I, Victorian Gregorius II von Valankis, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Do not fear what is to come, child. You are to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it's difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. Keep her in a leash? I'm not sure that's going to fly, man. You know, one look at me with her third eye, and I'm dead, or worse. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Eurac V is still full of people loyal to House Orsellio.
You can secure newer servants once we're out of here. I will provide you with everything necessary to secure servants. All can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. Yeah, let's actually evacuate them. Why not?
As a Lady Navigator of House Orsellio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Also, she's not a filthy mutant, she's a valued and essential member of the Imperium of Man. It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes, coming together in arcane shapes.
Victory awaits!
No man appears to be living in the cage. Somebody is still filled to troughs with dried fruit and fresh water. I don't want to know what the navigators are going up to behind closed doors.
Follow my lead!
Private libraries brim with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and experts of the Imperium. Ah, so she longs for some broadening horizons. I can give her that. can certainly do that. That's mine.
A new challenge for me?
Oh wait, I actually control her already, okay.
So shall it be.
She's got a grenade, why not? Why would an underage Navigator child not have a fire grenade?
I won't tolerate weakness!
The results of a hard day's work. There she is. Secret superstar. But she's a mutant. She has to do a lot of work to make herself worthy of the Emperor's mercy. Well, working she can do. That's why we brought her here in the first place. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual. But if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of the sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Vox Master, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps a pensive gaze over Victus, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. I do not want to speak to you. Go to the Sanctum Navis. Now. No. What did you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Eurac V long before we ever met. It truly is you, Victor Guard II. The person the whole expanse and Elixir sector are talking about. And now, rogue trader as well. I'm not that famous. I was a naval officer, a pretty good one apparently, and then I just became the rogue trader. People can't be talking about me that much. After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, and then raises her pointed chin. Or she's trying to flirt with me, I don't know. I've not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. And for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe, it's the tongueless guy. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Interium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now's not the time to indulge in painting. You are asking questions, the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain to you all at a later time. But now our time is too precious to waste. As Navigator of House Orsellio, I give you my word that without canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the war. I have no reason to lie. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant points. After that, I use the House of Sadi ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you. Free my mind of all errant thoughts. Then it's time to open my third eye and peer into the depth of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, system to system. Oh, the light. The guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have to nothing to worry about. The Navigator and Father Orsellio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures toward the servant standing beside her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. If you can survive the gaze of my war pride, and it is over. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. What do you mean, Rickard? I'm not even at Rickard, I'm at some random station in the middle of space. Ah. The Vox caster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of close, pious chanting and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from the scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see. Violet vortex is lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Silence between about actions and lectures. Let her work, it's all part of the ritual. I mean, if we rush her and she loses her concentration, the whole ship might get lost in the warp, so better let her have her drama. The Vox Master recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Vox caster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Vox Master, see to it that we receive 5 lashes for the show's clumsiness. I don't know, I don't want to lash her. Let's just leave her undisturbed. Soul-shredding streams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fates. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual. Or what is left of them. Rogue trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two. My sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around, my brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear I exhale, rustling fabric and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. The vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed on only machine spirits was something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, Congratulations on acquiring a Navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station, Eurac V. Had you opted to begin your visit into the record system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Oh hey, nice! I did the right thing. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. What do you think, Hoompa? We can not stoop to pillaging and just leave? Gather ship components or gather trading trading goods, apparently. A part of me just wants to leave. I mean, the Navigators are a very powerful faction, and rummaging through their station might not leave the best impression behind. On the other hand, the station is abandoned and did self-destruct, basically. Let's get looting. But what kind of loot? Technological goods for the ship? Or trading goods? Maybe ship components? Not have that many of them yet. And for a station it makes sense to like just loot you get. Okay. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Enginseer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew and, much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich van Kellogg's, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure that he was not at Eurac V, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. This answer is too good, I think I have to pick this. Why is it always business with you, Victus? Could you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain. If you're interested, this week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on the lower decks. The senior technomatch from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster of store compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending several ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected. Are they talking like candles and stuff? They're probably talking like candles and stuff. Which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist deck on the vessel. Thank you, Victus. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Tell me how wonderful everything is, Victus. Do it now. So what did we loot? Ah, we looted scrap. A lot of it too, so I could theoretically upgrade stuff, but so far I haven't even had any ship combat or stuff like that. Let's go back to bridge. I definitely won't start another mission because that would just take the rest of the night, but I do want to take a look at leveling up. Let's see. Ranks available. Gets an ability. Already have Endure. Sworn enemy. Enemy creature within 12 cell radius, that's pretty far. Marks the target gaining extra armor and damage on melee attacks against that target. And he gains AP if that creature... So it's like a dueling skill, okay. Reckless Strike. The next melee attack gains armor penetration. 5 times strength bonus. That would be 20. 20% armor penetration and 2 times maximum damage, that would be 8. It ignores parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return. Okay, so it's very offensive, but you can take damage yourself. Push. Priority target, that could be interesting because it's already geared a little towards tanking, so taunting stream could be good. Or breakthrough. It's a dash. I like taunting stream. I forgot here, choose skill. Athletics could be nice. Carouse. I mean, you already got 70 carouse. You can drink like crazy. Let's give the man some athletics. What have you got? That's a talent. Shit. Ah, it's a fucking talent. Talents always take so bloody long. Also need to go to the bathroom again. Soon. Penalties. I need to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it out any longer. Be right back. Okay. What was I building her for even? Second sight. Higher range for her psychic powers. Exposed weakness is cheaper. Stabilizing factor. The first psychic powers use each turn, so she would generate less warp instability stuff. More damage when they are far away. Better force weapons. The first time in combat that an ally becomes the target of a psychic power, this ally gains 10 to weapon skill until the end of combat. Huh? Momentum increase. After every 6th use of a psychic power, all enemies gain a stacking 5 penalty to all characteristics until the end of combat. This is a lot of psychic powers, but during longer combats that could be interesting, really. Got some parry. Mind Thief. Divination power, but do I have divination? Origin talents. It doesn't really say what kind of discipline she's using. Exploit. 1 damage on armor penetration. Expose weakness. This is mostly for our operative archetype, but I want more psychic stuff, to be honest. Maybe a skill? What is she good at? Awareness. She's quite good at awareness. Raise that by 7. I'm really not sure, there's some really interesting stuff here, but... So like more stable... So warp degradation is slower. The Psychers can cover all resistance tests of the target suffer a penalty. 4 plus 4 times psi rating. That's not too bad. What counts as a psychic power? Maybe that's also something I should check. Talents. Forewarning. Psychic Shriek. Because these are psychic powers. Forewarning and Shriek. Really can't decide. Let's pick a characteristic and set maybe first. Better perception.
Thank God for cold fusion.
Right. Willpower is also important for a Psyker, of course. Intelligence, but she has so little intelligence at the moment. Tech use, lore. What does lore warp do? New dialogue options. 1 willpower. Pick a talent first. Shit. Let's see. Warp Mines was interesting. Obscure Threat could be interesting. Whenever every combat, the Psyker's allies gain crit chance. The first crit removes this effect. This sounds cool, but only works once, so I'm not inclined to use that. Could also just go for something like awareness, maybe, which she's pretty good at. Characteristic training. More willpower. What did I mark? Obscure threat. All the targets not on the target's line of sight or the target in cover or resistance test of the target suffer a penalty. That could be good. I will just try to keep her in cover, and it will be active all the bloody time. Veil degradation is slower. After every 6th use, all enemies gain a stacking -5 penalty to all characteristics. I have to keep casting all the bloody time. That could be good with stabilizing factor, so I can use more war powers without triggering you know, negative effects. Let's actually pick that. And perception, maybe. Complete. What have you got? Characteristic and ability. Ballistic skill is always good for her. Want her to hit stuff. Let's see. Dash. Immediate dashes in the certain direction, spending all the movement points as that provoke attacks of opportunity, allows the soldier to dash through allies and enemies through obstacles. Okay, so at the movement. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. So I could basically use this to, like, just spray the area with rounds and not hit my allies. That could be good. Better cover efficiency. The next time the soldier uses run gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP plus 1 additional AP. It also resets the cooldown of all the soldiers' abilities except for run gun. That's pretty powerful, I think. Ranged area attack deals 50 plus 10 times ballistic skill bonus % damage. So that would be basically double damage. It's an additional dodge reduction. The soldier's next burst attacks will have its rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories. I like a trench.
Amusing.
Hello, Jack. How are you doing? And welcome, welcome. I'm doing fine. Common talent. Oh, she got 2 ranks. No. What can you even do? Let's see. She's also quite aware. Coercion and commerce. Warp lore makes sense. Persuasion. We need more Daka. Yep, maybe later, but I think for now. I mean, the other skills were quite good too. Rapid fire or concentrated fire. But this year, better cover efficiency is nice, but the gaining back AP and MP plus an additional AP and cooldown reset, that I think that will be good, quite powerful later on. Should go through the live stream and found your stream interesting. Would you say you're doing well with this show? Fantastic. Well, thanks, I guess. Always nice to hear some compliments. Okay, what was she doing? What is she doing? So that's average, that's below average. She's good at perception and willpower and pretty decent fellowship actually. Weapons, she's got a staff, which she can use to hit people with. Cassia rating 5. Any target with Navigator powers gain a -5 penalty to all the characteristics until the end of Navigator's next turn. Ah, so she's a bit of debuffer or something, huh? Features. She's also dogmatic, interesting. How do you feel if I link you up with the big streamer? He's also a supportive streamer as well. Funny, I had another guy saying the exact same thing, basically, like just 2 days ago or so. So I don't think this is legit, I'm sorry. Maybe it can be dogmatic. Navigators can actually be quite faithful to the Emperor. Unknown. Data deleted. Is this a bug or is this actually just to prevent foreshadowing? I don't know. It could be the game being broken, or it could be that they don't want to spoil something through the interface, which has happened in games before. She's an officer. She's... What world does she come from? Positions work, you know? Might be. Bring it down, finest... Why does she have finest hour twice? Ah, desperate measures and heroic act. Okay, okay, okay. Ah, that is little stare. That's what I was looking for. All creatures in a cone in front of the Navigator suffer pretty decent damage. Jabler is the Twitch username, can check it right. No, I'm not interested. One more line and I'll time you out. The affected targets will also pause the 30 plus 30 bonus willpower resistance test or become stunned. Uh-huh. Navigator, which doesn't seem to do anything. Dogmatic follower, dogmatic adherent. What was it? Archetypes. So I think willpower seems to be a good thing for her, so let's just go with that. And talents. At least it's just a common talent, that list is a bit shorter. Never mind, there's a ton of stuff. Okay, that's the normal stuff. Just weapon talents and stuff like that, she won't need that. She won't, like, run into close combat with a chainsword or something, so let's take a look at the Navigator things. Whenever the Navigator uses a Navigator power that hasn't been used this combat, the Navigator gains 2 perception. 2 is not that much. Enemies damaged suffer perception bonus, additional damage from warp damage. Irreducible, ignores armor. Yep, figured. Stacks for each hit. Every even turn, the Navigator gets an additional action point. Every odd turn, the Navigator gets hit. Interesting stuff. I mean, you can't lose with this one. You either have more actions or your perception just goes through the bloody roof. Nice. Every enemy that the Navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 2 times Navigator perception bonus, which would be 10 at the moment. And it only needs line of sight. So just park her in a good vantage point and bam. There's some cool stuff there. More damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the Navigator's currently equipped staff. Every 5 bonus characteristics. Yeah, he's yapping. He's yapping pretty... Ah, there. Willpower and perception. So for every 5, I gain more damage. Cassia gaining infusing and devastating kind of characteristics for this talent. This is basically just more damage. What's this? Whenever a creature in combat gets an extra turn, the Navigator gets a stacking 5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. Not sure how common that is though. Makes all resistance tests with their willpower if it is higher than the base characteristic for such a test. If the Navigator's willpower is higher than the toughness, the Navigator's wounds are calculated according to the willpower. Okay. Also not bad. Resistance test penalties. Better dodge. More veil degradation. That could also be interesting in combination with the Psyche, because then I just have increasingly more veil degradation, so even less perils of the warp. The Navigator heals willpower bonus wounds at the beginning of every turn and gains +1 additional wound for every Navigator turn taken. The healing increases by +1 for every creature killed in between Navigator's turns. But just like that. Just like that, she keeps healing and healing and... Okay. Also, I read that right, she gains wounds, so she gets more hit points, but heals, but like her maximum increases. That's where I read it. Enemies moved by the Navigator's ability suffer damage. Attacks against them gain crit chance. A lot of crit chance. But it's reset by critical, okay. A dodge. Armor reduction. Allies that are targeted gain resistance to warp effects. Fellowship increase. Also interesting. Starts all turns, including extra turns, with 3 additional movement points. I did like Ebb and Flow. Every even turn I gain more action points, every odd turn I gain 20 perception extra. Can't go wrong with that, I think. Choose a talent. Commanding voice. Just pick the next one that I found kind of interesting. Let's see, what did I find kind of interesting? More damage? Nah. This one was kind of cool. The line of sight thing. That will also work well with Ebb and Flow because then her perception bonus increases by 2 every other round. Which would also mean the debuff gets more powerful every other round. So that's definitely an option. Better dodge. Veil degradation. That healing thing. The healing thing could be interesting. I like that. Eye of Oblivion. Let's go with the Eye of Oblivion on this one. Fellowship, willpower, perception. Maybe willpower? Or perception? This would give me a higher characteristic bonus if I pick 5. The willpower is also always good to have, I think. Let's get willpower this time. And that leaves me. Got a talent and a characteristic. So much stuff to choose from. More resolve. Bonus to perception and ballistic skill equal to a fellowship bonus. Bonuses stack are lost each turn. Willpower. Resistance tests. Let's check down here. Brace for impact, get an extra turn with movement points. Knocks enemies prone. Cover penetration. Half damage from opportunity attacks. What characters can have willpower resistance that's using their fellowship value? That would be quite good because I have pretty decent fellowship and pretty shitty willpower. So that's interesting. Also just buff a skill or something. Or got a characteristic higher or something. More fellowship, okay. Voice of command, remember at the end of combat. Doesn't affect with itself, but it does count as an officer thing. Well, it's difficult. It's difficult. Focus could be interesting too. Temporary wounds, willpower. I don't have a good willpower bonus, never mind. Let's get camaraderie. Fellowship, willpower, weapon skill, ballistic skill. Let's get the fellowship even higher. Right. Right. Looks good. Not sure if I should have picked. I should have picked that one because it only affects. I mean, it affects a whole lot of damage types, but doesn't affect laser or like melter weapons and stuff like that. So it's a pretty broad buff. Damage, armor penetration, rate of fire, and recoil. But like, for example, the long last that I have is not affected by it, so I need to be careful what kind of weapons I use with it. But that's for another time, because it's almost bedtime. It's pretty much bedtime actually. Where's my save? Autosave, autosave. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. It will be very spontaneous and short. I probably won't be streaming on Thursday either, so looking for Friday late and Saturday late. Will probably be I was thinking like maybe Friday Shadowrun and Saturday more of this, or I'll just play this twice. I'll just see. I'll just see. But the next 2 days, I doubt I will have the time for streaming. See if anyone's still online. Pies is still playing actually. Let's say hi to him. Raid Pies. Alrighty guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks so much. Always nice to have some company. I do really enjoy this game. It's not always... I'm always afraid it's a bit uneasy to stream. There's just a lot of text and exposition. And it's kind of slow and stuff. But I think it's quite fun. It also has a nice attention to detail going on. So I'm definitely looking forward to playing this more. See you next time when this streams and the rest of your evening with a nice later. Same to you. Enjoy the rest of your night and your evening. Have a good sleep and have a good start to your Wednesday. That goes for all of you, by the way. So thanks all for being here. And I hope to just see you all this weekend then. Have a good night. Bye bye.